Okay, and we are live. Uh, Hold on. And of course, the moment I go live, my audio settings decide that it is not going to have it. Bear with me, folks, because let's see here. The background music doesn't seem to want to be showing up, and I don't know why it's doing that. Let's see here, default. Oh wait, I have an idea. Yeah, that was the problem. System audio was too low. All right, so I'm basically continuing on the previous process of seeing if I can build any of MS-DAWs from Xenix. Don't know if it's going to be successful, and I'm going to note that my internet's already been spotty today, so there's a decent chance that this all kind of just blows up in my face. So we're going to take an IBM PC AT Xenix 286. We're going to need to configure it. Xenix 286 only runs on very specific hardware configurations, so we're basically going to have to just go with like an actual PC AT. So that would be 286. Yeah, we want the AT, 8 megahertz, and probably at least 2 megabytes of RAM. Okay, we're probably going to have to add a RAM expansion. Let's see here. Input devices. Don't need a mouse. No networking here. Storage controllers. PC AT IDE controller. Floppy controller is PC AT. Peripherals. Here we go. AT memory expansion board. And we will go megabyte and a half, which should be more than enough. We don't need an RTC. Floppy drives need to be that. Actually, I think I want a 3¼ one. I'm really hoping my copy of the system disk can actually set that up. All right. And then what do we want to also set for display? I think we need to use... I remember reading that CGA does not work properly with Xenix 286. Not CGA, EGA. So I actually think we're going to want to go with... Considering this is Xenix and there are no graphics, I think we actually want to go with a monochrome text adapter. If I can find it in the list. My eyes are... I am dealing with some incredibly bad allergies. Alright, so let's go. And then... Windows scale factor to 2. Let me see if I can make that look a little nicer. Green. I feel like amber is the. Now I'll go with green because that's the color I really associate. I remember using IBM a monochrome adapter on. Yeah, that's like the way I remember it. And then let me see if I can make the window look better. Okay, 3 is a little bit too much. So 2, I guess, is what's going to have to be. I don't think Hercules will work properly, although I guess it is MDA compatible, so we should get a warning here that setup hasn't been run, so I have to put the disk in. I should have the disk handy. I remember, I know I have it on my NAS if I don't have it, like, handy, because we have to set the diagnostic. We have to, let's see here. I don't see the diagnostic disk in my list of files for this project. Do I have it? Okay, I have to get off my NAS then. I am so happy that I have, like, my NAS working. Although this hasn't post-beeped, which is... Oh, right, because it's waiting for me to put a disk in. Let's see. I haven't had access to this thing for so long, I've forgotten where all my files are. Here we go. IBM stuff. Diagnostics for the personal computer. That's what we need. Alright, system options not set. That's fine. Run setup. We hit F1. I also realized I didn't put a hard drive in. We're going to kind of need that. Okay, so we have the hard drive, so we need a new hard drive. The geometry actually matters here. I believe it has to be 614, 417. But we're going to find out. Raw image doesn't matter because I can't actually mount it. So Xenix 286 root. Alright, let's go with image. Create. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, CGA should work. I know EGA's... I know VGA doesn't. I've heard EGA is busted. Like, it's supposed to work, but it doesn't actually work. Yeah, I believe 20 megabytes... you know, I'm going to have to look at the flipping table. I've actually done a lot with Xenix in the past, so... let me see here. So drive type A. Oh, it's 100. I think I made the wrong type of drive. Yeah, I did actually. It has to be 650, 15 megahertz. Not megahertz. Let's see here. Remove, new. Actually, if we can get a 30 megabyte drive, I think I'd prefer that. And that's listed on supported table. So 615, 615. Okay. And then we'll just replace the Xenix root drive. Okay. And then we wait for it to do its RAM test. This is IBM Xenix. So this is 1984. I'm tempted to see if we can successfully build MS-DOS 2 on it, or at least partially build it, because we won't have ext to bin. Alright, system options not set. Alright, so we hit 1 here. And then we end up in the diagnostic menu. Okay, we have connected the battery. Apparently my battery is defective. That's a new one for me. Ooh, now it's really unhappy. Let's do a hard reset. Maybe I have to hit no there. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's probably a Y2K problem. I'll disable clock synchronization. That'll do it. Yeah, Microsoft was using Xenix well into the NT era. Like, my goal for this stream is seeing if we can build command.com, MS-DOS, sys, and and IOSys with Xenix's cross-compete, but I definitely want to give it a go. Alright. Oh, right. Hold on. It's asking if I've connected the battery. Never mind. I need to hit no there. I don't think it's a Y2K problem. Let me go back to time synchronization, because I'm pretty sure that actually isn't the problem. I think the problem is that I can't read the question. Otherwise, I'll just put a... Getting into G setup is a unique problem because it has issues reading the floppy disk. I thought this native C compiler was... This native C compiler is essentially quick C. It's just that Xenix itself didn't have a whole lot of, shall we say... function. It's based on System 3 with some BSD additions. Alright, so no. I have never gotten this error before. Okay, what gives? Hold on. IBM PC 18052 error. Oh, okay. Apparently that is the time synchronization. So, fair enough. I could have sworn I've done that in the past and I didn't have any problem. Oh, apparently the Advanced Diagnostics disk stopped, stopped working in 2021. Which probably was the last time I played with this. Yeah, I might have to delete the NVRAM by hand. If it doesn't work this time, I'll go do that. Nope, okay, that actually did work. So, it is currently 1854. No, I want to set the current date. Current date is 06/15. We'll just say it's 1990. Okay. Set. No. We have 2 disk drives. Yes. No. It's a 3 1/4. There's 1 fixed drive installed. I might have to add a second one, but I'll cross that bridge when I actually get to it. So that would be, it would be a Type 3 drive. It's a monochrome display. Base memory is correct. Expansion memory is correct. And then... if we get thrown into basic with no error, we're good. Yeah, like I said, I've done a fair bit with Xenix in the past, which is why I've never really did it on the channel, because it was before I had the channel. So we should end up in basic now with no error. Okay. Yep, alright, that's exactly what I wanted to see. I am hoping it doesn't ask for it. The binaries didn't look encrypted from what I saw, so I'm hoping there isn't a license protection check, because that will be actually really annoying. So OS2 stuff and Wait, I have Xenix here. I have the development kit. Oh, hold on. It's likely on my NAS. Here, I just have to find them. One of these days I gotta go through and like do a giant organization thing on my NAS. It's just I just cannot be asked is what it really comes down to. I have the later 1987 release. I think IBM Xenix is what I actually want to look at though. So yeah, here we go. Like, I know, because I know the SDS has MASM on it, and it has DAWs LD, so if I can link command.exe and then just copy it to a DAWs machine, that should basically theoretically work. Come on, work with me. Technology just kind of seems to hate me today. There we go. Alright, so 86 box launcher. There. Alright, now I can actually put the blasted disk in the drive. Man, it's amazing how annoying floppy disks can be, even on the real, you know, even in virtual. So we put the install disk in, and I believe we have to run bad tracks from this. Okay, so we should end up. So initialize, yeah, here we go. So I remember, from what I remember correct about this, you have to run bad tracks. Here we go. I've got the actual installation manual here. It's just probably going to be useful because I don't believe this one has an interactive installer. Yeah, so here we go. Configuring file system. Here we go. Installing Xenix 286. The 386 is version's a lot nicer in that regard. So files involved. This talks about building the kernel, adding boards. Yeah, this is all configuration. I need to go further up. This actually looks like this is for a newer version. Hold on. I gotta find an older version of it, of the manual. Because this is all the SCO stuff. I want the much older ones. Here we go. So it says, yeah, FD bad track. Okay, so enter to start. There we go. So now that's doing the format. Well, it's currently scanning the disk for defective tracks. Xenix eventually would become. It was around until about the early 90s, and then it would become Unixware and Open Server. And then SCO decided it was a better move to then start suing Linux distributions. So I don't know how long this is actually going to take. I assume bad tracks is actually required. I mean, this isn't going to take terribly long. Probably about 10 minutes or so. This will also tell me if I've configured it correctly. To locate, enter additional bad tracks. Enter. Okay, so I believe that wrote the map to the drive. So Xenix FD, and this will boot us off the floppy. Okay. There we go. Entering single user mode. Okay, so the magic command here is hdint. The program installs Xenix to your fixed drive. Information. Okay. I want to dedicate the entire hard drive to Xenix. It's complaining about the partition table. Technically none of the above. I wonder if it'll let me... Yeah, so I believe I'm O-2. Whatever. So, okay, that's doing the format. It's mounting, and then it's going to have me start switching floppies. Yeah, I'm aware of that fact, and I believe that's also true. I know that's true for a lot of the other ones. So that, yeah. The biggest question I'm going to try to figure out is how I'm actually going to get the DAW's source code in here. But installing Xenix seems like to be a good starting point, if anything else. Alright. And I'm going to get Mikhail's build of MS-DOS 2. Result is here. God, my project folder is a absolute total mess. Okay. So that is doing that. So extract all. So yeah, so there's the BIOS. So yeah, we have basically all the source code, and I have the build commands as an MS-DOS file. Okay. So yeah, that seems simple enough. Okay. Cool. So now I can do halt system. Oops, I wasn't supposed to take the floppy disk out. Okay. Eject. Alright, so now we just want to boot from hard drive. Cool. Alright, so next step we need to do is we need to install the base system. So I believe that's done. So that's x install base. Okay. New base package installation. And then it's going to do a bunch of like checking. So put the distribution disks in. So we start with disk 1. Yeah, this is the first diskette. And then it's going to just extract the files. I'm really hoping this project isn't going to be a complete bust. I'm going to be so depressed if it doesn't, if it is. But I am semi-optimistic that this will actually work. Oh yeah, +3. Well, it said that for times east of Greenwich, it was right at a -4 notation. I guess it doesn't really matter. Because Xenix was licensed from AT&T, and IBM saw them as a competitor. Plus, Microsoft had to ship royalties to AT&T for each and every copy they sold. Yeah, MS-DOS has 2.0 has like a bunch of files relating to Xenix compatibility. I think what I'm going to do is in the actual video, I'm going to build MS-DOS 1, 2, and 4 on MS-DOS. Then I will we'll pop into OS2 and do it that way. I'm hoping this... I was a little disappointed with the actual performance of the Linux cross-compile video, although the watch time was high enough that it did justify like the amount of effort I put into it, but the actual view count was a lot lower than I was hoping for. Oh well, that's how it works. One of the other projects I was thinking was like sitting and reverse engineering Solitaire or decompiling Solitaire. I might still do that one, because like I do have full symbols for Solitaire, so it would be relatively straightforward. Actually, I have considered doing that. I was planning on building CPM on a Commodore 128. So I have these SDK disks. Let me see what these install. Yep, that's the SDK libraries. Yeah, I don't know if my skill set is good enough to do it. I would assume so. Like, I'd take apart the XP version, and since I'm on Windows, Ghidra... If you're going to use symbols, you have to be on Windows with Ghidra, and because I am sure as hell not paying what Hex wants for IDA. Probably wouldn't be all that difficult to get working on OpenStep. It's just OpenStep has its own sets of headaches that I'm like, I don't know how much I really want to go down that. Yeah, no, the video was successful in the sense that I got about 1,000 subscribers out of it. But it did the thing where it basically had a big splash and then it didn't have a lot of staying impact, which is always a little unfortunate. It's still getting about 1,000 views a day, so it will creep up with time. Yeah, I don't really want to decompile the 16-bit version. So one thing I'm not seeing getting installed is I am not seeing the DAWs compatibility kit get installed. It might be on the next disks. It's like there's Yak, there's all the header files. I have no idea what rat4 is. Yep, there's everything required to relink the Xenix kernel. It's interesting that there's a header file for NFS because, well, on the 286, I don't think the official IBM release supported networking besides UUCP and MICnet. I do remember looking at some of the files and seeing like references to Token Ring and ATM, but I don't think those driver disks and the TCP/IP stack has made it to the modern day. So I believe the net. I don't know if I actually need to relink the kernel. Yeah, I mean that's fair. It's been longer than 6 months. I had a members only one for a project that I gave up on because I couldn't put myself through it. I really do want to finish that Debian rebuild video at some point, but well, Xenix 68000 did support networking in some form. Okay, so there is the DAWs headers. I didn't see DAWs LD get installed, nor did I see the C compiler. So I think I still have to install those, and those. So that's in a different bundle of diskettes. That would be in Microsoft Xenix Software Development Kit. Although that does look like just the same files. So I think I just installed the same stuff twice. Well, maybe on the Intel versions, yeah, I agree. But the version on Motorola 68000, which sadly is mostly lost, did support quite a bit more, as far as I understand it. Yeah, no, okay, you know, I don't think I had MASM before. So, yeah, there was CC. Yeah, you know what, these are different, so okay. No, it can't. Unfortunately, it can't run DOS binaries. It is possible to build Windows 1.0, 2.0 binaries from it, though. Yeah, there it is, DOS LD. That is going to be the real question, whether we succeed. Some real antique stuff here. Hey, Ego Chip. God, it was raining earlier today, and now it's just like 100 degrees humidity, and it sucks. Alright, so one more disk. I'm presuming this is fairly close to what they would have used. I mean, it would be roughly the right version of MASM. But we'll see. Because I was looking at the binaries the other night, and, like, no. I am legitimately just tired. Hey, Alt F1 Games. I assume it would just be header. Yeah, okay, you know what? That's a grammatical fail on my part. Alright. Fix the stream. The actual intent is to... Okay, so program setting permission files. Let it do that. Okay, so now the next thing I think I gotta do is I have to relink the kernel. I don't know if it's actually required, but let's see here. Where did I put the documentation? I got release notes. Yeah, because the manual I have is for the Intel version, which is similar but not 100% the same. Okay. I don't think we have to make any actual configuration changes, but so yeah, okay, so this is basically... Yes, that's basically all we need to do there. So I think we just need to do a relink. It's probably good practice just to do it. So you just go here and then type make Xenix. I think in total it was 12 floppies. It wasn't bad, all things considered. Okay. Okay, so that handles that. Alright, so now I think we just need to remove the disk and reboot. Oh, I forgot to actually install the new kernel. So we'll do that right now. Oh, I can't control C. That's a little annoying. It might be control break. Yeah, it's control break. Alright. So now we've done that, and we've relinked the kernel. Okay. Alright, proceed with normal startup. Cool. So I want to check something. Yeah, so that basically looks like it's identical to, like, it's a different syntax to a fair bit of it, but let me... Okay, so let me now open a terminal. And let's go bash. So we have the D11 source here. So basically we want this source folder. Because it has, I assume command, yeah, command.com. So the real question is if we are actually going to build it. Now the problem is I know for a fact that this source layout isn't going to work properly. So we want to create, we need to create it in the old format. Let me see if I remember how I do that. Probably has to be v7. So tar h v7 create v. Tape length is 1 megabyte. File. Ooh, that's unfortunate. All right, that means I'm gonna have to make this into smaller archives. Hold on, actually, 2.8 megabytes. If I just grab the source files, because that's all I actually need. 2.7. Okay, that doesn't actually help me. So if I were to make a tar archive of just... And we go to, we grab command.com, ms-dos, what's in that folder? Yeah. Well, I don't know why that's duplicated. That's interesting. Include and maybe BIOS. Alright, so how big does that come out to be? Okay, so that comes out to 810 kilobytes. So if we now create, we now don't need to create a floppy disk image. New image. Disk size. Create and then eject, and what we want to do is does source tar of image, and we don't want to truncate, we just want to append. All right, let's see if that now can be read under Xenix. So we go to dev see if that works. Yeah, that looks like that is readable. Cool. Ooh, it is hot. Oh, I just realized I missed a tip. Arch, by the way, thank you for the $4 or $3.68 tip. These are 1.2 megabyte floppies. Okay, so yeah, these are readable. So let me control break. We probably need more than this, but I'm just going to work with what I have right now. And I'm actually going to get a drink because it is monstrously hot in here. Wait, it just said it can't create. You know, I'm just going to let it do its thing, and then I'll look and see what the end result looks like. Okay, so that all extracted. So, now the question is, will it build? So if I look at the build script, ooh, excuse me. LS not found? Uh-oh. Well, that was weird. Okay, cool. So if we look at the source here, so let me just try, like, typing the command that it gives me. Yeah, and then it complains about the include files not being found. So what I need to do is create... Oh, that's interesting that you can delete the prompt. Okay, hold on. Where are those files? Oh. Oh, no. It's case sensitive. I'm assuming there's an option I can set, because like I said, this is an old, very old version of the macro assembler. Alright. Alright, hold on. So VI stid software ASM. Oh, and there's a second problem. Chat, look at the line endings. Yeah, the line endings are all in MS-DOS format. They're not in, Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, so I think we need to, back this out, and we gotta make some changes. Yeah, I have been dawsed. Okay. So, recursively rename files uppercase. Okay. So I think the, yeah, so opt lobstar rename you know what, I also think I probably need to I know there's a way to tell it to just verbose, full path. Dash N, because I just want to make sure I don't actually do... Oh, right, because we're on a Windows file system, it's doing that. Okay, hold on. I gotta do shenanigans here. I need the floppy disk to not be in use. So NV source, and I need to move this to... Okay, yeah, so that will do what I want. Oh, okay, I guess that just did it. Okay, fair enough. I thought the N option said it wouldn't do that, but fair enough. So now we need to Unix to DAW, or DAWs to Unix. Oh, it didn't actually do... Yeah, that didn't quite work the way I expected it to work, because it didn't rename the flipping directories. Okay, cool. That time it worked. So Unix to DAWs, and I wanted to just make it do it. Version mode. And I want to do a force. Okay. Oh. I wanted to go the other way. Okay. So now if we look here. Yeah, okay, so that looks all correct. Oh, that's not correct. I thought okay. Don't save modified buffer. So now we need to create a new tar file. Okay. Let's try that again. Wait, why are the files in lowercase? Ah, technology. Actually, you know, I think we want the MS-DOS folder because otherwise it'll build IBM, the IBM version. Thank you for the well wishes of my study. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm actually going to do longer term. If I want to study, if I want to switch to studying law or staying in my current major. But it's something I have some time to think about. All right, so now we wait for that to extract. I'm hoping this works. I'm legitimately hoping that this works. I'm going to be... my major is currently politics, philosophy, and economics as a combined course. I haven't quite decided what I want to do long term because, like, I have an interest of going to law school and such, but I don't know how practical it is. I've been talking with the career staff at Open University, and the OU course is basically based in British law, although it does have some stuff on European law. So I don't know if I want to just continue my major as is and then maybe go for a master's in law, or switch to law now and hope for the best. It's really difficult because I don't have a lot of guidance or understanding of the European system. I just knew that I wanted to go back to school, so I kind of dove in, and I didn't have a lot of time to make a choice on my major before the beginning of the semester. But I am happy with what I'm studying and what I'm getting out of it, so in that regard, it's basically been a total win. But yeah, I may end up going for a master's, which would be 3 years from now. I do have some classwork I do need to do, so that'll probably be my do it later tonight sort of thing. So let's see if that made a difference. So let's try MASM, MS-DOS, ASM. So yeah, that one actually, so include... Oh, it's doing something. Oh. Okay, yeah, so it's not completely happy with that. So symbol not defined. I think I gotta capture those errors and look at them elsewhere. So MS-DOS, ASM... Oh, and I accidentally logged out of the system. So yeah, it did get farther that time, but I didn't quite... Okay. So extra character, symbol not defined, int tab, int base. Let me see if I can find, like, command line help. I did see a help file when I was looking at this the other night. Here we go. So, MU... Okay, so I'm going to type MASM. So, let's try... See if that changes anything. Oh, I think it built. Oh, look at that. We have an MS-DOS.0. Holy crap, that actually linked. That legitimately actually linked. Okay. Although now I'm actually curious. Hold on. The reason I'm curious is I wonder if that also affects file names. I doubt it. I'm assuming, yeah, no. That would be a little bit too easy. But that's surprising. I'm a little surprised that actually worked. All right, so I think that means we need to make a build.sh. And then I just need to type in all the commands. I still have to figure out the link command. but so it would be MASM, MU, MS-DOS, ASM. All right, we'll look at the linking part in a bit. And hopefully I didn't make any typos on that. Okay. Oop, severe error. Syntax error on line. You know, I think I'm going to have to do this file by file and figure out what actually does and doesn't work. Oh, I forgot the other option. Extra character on line, syntax error. Line 486. Is it supposed to be like that, or is that an artifact from the conversion in the source code? Let me look at the original. No, that is the way it's supposed to, that is what's in the original source code. That extra bracket's a little suspicious to me. I feel like that bracket shouldn't be there. Yeah, that linked successfully. Hopefully, okay. You know, why don't we just run through it by hand? Because I have that feeling it's going to come down to that. Okay, so there's no errors there. Okay. I just did that one. Get set ASM. Okay. I can type. Dev.asm. Chat, I'm a little astonished that this is actually working. Okay, so... I doubt this shell even supports a for loop, and I still want to do it file by file, so I know which file it blows up on. Well, the big question is if the linker I have can actually link the damn thing. We still also have to build command.com. And I'll take a stab at the boot sector, but I'm not convinced I'm going to be able to build it. Okay, so that was std call. I'm actually curious if the MS-DOS 1.0 source code would build on this. It might need an older version of the linker, but... .2.0, because this would have been the version they were developing on Xenix. 4.0 has a lot of internal build tools that I don't have. I'm using the distribution from the OS2 Museum that both fixes a lot of the problems with the Microsoft release and reverse engineers out the parts they didn't have that weren't publicly released. Oh, okay. Nope, that's just a normal warning. That's not a severe warning. Oh. That was me forgetting to put MU on it. Actually, that's the last file. So, I am curious if this will actually work. Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. So this is the linking command line. So, and then we have DAWs LD. So perhaps if I just list it all out in order, it will work. So it would be ms-DAWS-O, mscode.o, DAWS-mess.o, miss.o, get set.o, dir call.o, alloc.o, dev.o, dir.o, dis.o, fat.o, rom.o, stdbuff.o, stdcall.o, stdcontrol-c.o, stdfcb.o, stdproc.o, stdio. Chat, that linked. I don't know what it spat out. Oh, I got an A out file. DAWs executable. Chat, that would be msdos.sys. Which now makes me curious if... Holy crap, that actually linked. I wasn't expecting that. I'll be perfectly honest, I was not expecting that. Let me put that in the build script. So that would be DAWS LD, ms-DAWS.o, mscode.o, DAWS-mess.o, miss.o, get set.o, dir call.o, allo.o. It's not launchable as is. We'd have to actually copy it to like a usable system to see if it would work. I wonder if the -X option works in this version. Yeah, okay, I'm a little surprised on that one. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I think I do want to test this before I build more. I'll be back in a moment. Oh. That time it did build. What did it fail on? Or did I leave a file off the link line by accident? Yep. Well, we actually had it built. I must have left a file off by accident. Or I got the link order wrong. Because it did work the first time, so this is me probably making a mistake. Mount. Let me look at the source code and at the build directory. Because the order actually does matter. So ms-dos.o, ms code, dos miss, get set, dir call, alloc, dev, dir.o. I think that was the mistake. Disk, fat, std buff, std call, stir, Xenix, Xenix O. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, so while that goes, let me go write my notes. That's the sound of my muscles going pop, 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 pop. Does source codes need to be in uppercase? Some scripting later. Which file did I have to patch? It was... Okay, so did that actually build? Chat, that actually built. I want to try it now. I think the easiest way to do this is we build the entirety of the OS2's distribution of OS2. So let me fire up... Yeah, let me fire up this VM. The OS2 install on here is completely hosed. So let me switch the hard drives around. And then let me copy the source code on here because I actually want to see if this works. So, okay. So we go up 2 folders. Clear. I don't think I have it mounted, do I? No. Oh, that's right. I had a power failure earlier, so everything got unmounted. So 86 box, HCDs, OS. So why don't we, let's build the, let's just build the source code. So D211, and then make Microsoft. Oh, right. I probably have, yeah, I copied the wrong folder. Okay. We can make, yeah, we'll make it Microsoft. There it goes. No, it's not msdos.sys because there's an additional step that has to be done. It has to be run through ext2bin, and I don't have a Xenix version of that utility. I have the source code to the MS-DOS version, but it's in assembly and isn't going to run on Xenix. So I have to copy those files to a to MS-DOS. I have to run ext2bin on it, and then we'll know if it actually worked. The one problem with, I probably should be doing this with DAWS 6 because at least the attrib command would be a little bit more functional. Like, it would be nice. Ooh, my neck just popped. This is also going to build command.com, which is fine. Because, yeah, like, now I'm legitimately curious. I also just realized I copied the wrong command folder into the Xenix VM. I copied command, not command ms. And, that's a slight problem because it will build the, command.com and msdos.sys have to match. They can't be two separate versions. Hey from Sweden. Greetings from Greece. I did get my appointment with Greek immigration, so... we're currently building MS-DOS 2 on MS-DOS 4, because we just built the kernel on Xenix, but I need something to... I need to actually be able to run it, so I need the full build. So we're about to test to see if the Xenix build actually worked. Okay, cool. That just finished. That was quick. So... I believe an MS-DOS 4 boot sector will work. So let me take my test boot floppy, make a copy. Existing image. Let's see here. OS2 stuff. Okay. Although I just realized I don't know if Xenix, if DOS 2 will work with a high density floppy disk. I'll try it, but I might have to make a smaller disk. Alright, so where did everything end up? I assume it's going to be here in... Yeah, okay, so copy MS-DOS sys... Or, where's IOSys? I thought there would be io.sys here. Hold on. I gotta take a look at the... Does this not build io.sys? It might not. You have io.asm. Huh. Here. I'm just flipping through here. IO source code, adaptation. I get a floppy disk with like. Actually, let me open this in a real editor because I need to take a look at it. Because it might just be assembled. I'm surprised that the build scripts don't automatically do that. Like I said, this isn't officially how Microsoft shipped the source code. This is a modified version that is actually buildable. Because I see io.source there. Yeah, because this is the reconstructed io.sys. But I'm not convinced that that's everything I need. Let me look at the original source archive, because they shipped it. The original one, I believe, had a skeleton, like it has comlink. This may not be 100% buildable. I mean, it's okay. I don't need it to be like perfect, but it would have been nice. I can just try to build it. So ASM. Nope, that don't work. Just kind of, I'm just flipping through the documentation here just to figure out what I do and don't have. No, neat. That's kind of my soul just dying a little bit. I mean, if it's not going to be a perfect build, it's not going to be a perfect build. Let's see here, command dot Microsoft. If I look here at this version, so this is the IBM OB, yes, Notepad++. Because this one builds IBMDAWs.com, but it doesn't actually build io.sys. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold the boat. Hold the boat. So it does link it. And that generates IBM Bio. Is it not possible to build the... It may not be possible to build the Microsoft version of the BIOS, actually. I wonder if that's actually the problem. That's a little bit of a headache, because that means I have to use a IBM DAWs boot sector. Let me just take a little flip through the code here. Yeah, okay, so we have to, so that's how you build io.sys. So there is, so it does not include the Microsoft version of io.sys, it looks like. Or at least it doesn't seem to. Because it builds IBM BIO, which is fine. Command.com recognized. Well, there is the Microsoft IBM block here. So I wonder if I switch the variables, I would end up with true, IBM version true. I forget what it actually changes. All right, I need a text editor. Let's see here. Let me make sure this builds first. Yeah, it does actually build. 1 error detected. Fix-ups needed. That's not surprising. I guess I'm going to need a copy of... I don't see the boot sector source code here. So I think the easiest thing to do... you know what, now that I think about it, I don't think there would have been a generic version of MS-DOS 2. That's a little annoying. That means I built the wrong version of the source code. Yeah, the version we built on Xenix will not actually work, because it would have to have been the IBM version. I don't think that's a big deal. I think we just have to deal with it. Yeah, I actually even grabbed the wrong version of command. It would have to have been command MS. So, yeah, that's a bit of a fail on my part. I didn't do it right. Okay, so given that's the case, we need to remake the zip file and we have to rebuild. Alright, so 2063. And then what we want to change this is we just want the DAWs source code. You know, I wonder if I can get all the commands, if it would, how big the zip file would be, because I wouldn't mind trying to build the rest of it. That looks like that's too big. Yeah, it's too big. Okay. That's fine. We'll just grab command then. And then we need to append that to the floppy disk image. 64. That. Okay. So let's first test that this build actually worked. So let me grab the copy of this disk. Replace. Oh, I really hope I didn't need that file. Okay. So that's our DAWs 2 boot disk. And then we'll stick that in B. I'm going to have to juggle the drives around because this is going to... Let's see here. So now if we take a look at B... Yeah, so that has all the utilities on it. So let's do format B. Disk unusable. Oh, this may have the wrong size floppy disk drive. Yeah, you know, that's a single-sided disk. What do we have for floppy disks in here? Yeah. That's not going to fly. Alright, so let's change that. I don't know why the dogs are barking up a storm. Okay. That time it worked. So eject, eject. Alright, so format A. New disk and drive. Alright, so that's formatting. I just saw it go to 102%, which certainly doesn't feel right. Then we need to go to the source code. And we actually have to build the IBM version because we don't have the boot sector for the Microsoft version. The thing is that the Microsoft and IBM versions have different boot sectors, and I don't see the boot sector source code here. So I'm going to have to I can only build the IBM version. So let's confirm that this builds, and then we can boot it. When I did format, I didn't do /s, so it should have left the boot sector alone. We're going to find out. Yep, dogs go woof, woof, woof. Yeah, because now you can see it's building my IBM version. I can't pause right now, but the VOD will be available, and hopefully in a few days we'll actually have the, like, done video. I'll pet the dogs when I go out. How about that? Because I'm not at the point where I'm going to leave my desk right now. Well, I mean, dogs can detect evil, and that's kind of what we're building. The problem is the boot sector. I don't have the DAWs 2.0 boot sector that would look for io.sys and msdaws.sys. I might be able to just be able to hex edit it, but I don't know that for a fact. Book I haven't worked on in a few weeks. I really been spending some time on that. I probably do some live streams working on it next week. I really just kind of want to get this video like out the door. X11 was not available for Xenix as far as I know, at least until maybe the end of its life. Manager was available, which was an earlier graphical system, but I've never been able to get it running. All right. So we have our blank floppy disk here. So if we go to bin and copy ibmbio.com as the first file, imbdaws.com, command.com. Alright, let's see if that's bootable. Oh, you know what? Format must have replaced the boot sector. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Crap. And I can't delete hidden files. Yeah, I gotta think about how I want to tackle that, because I don't think I can attrib them. Unless... Because the attrib command doesn't work properly on this one. Well, we successfully built part of MS-DAWs on Xenix. Now we're getting to the point that we actually need to test what we built, and I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties on that one. All right, you know, I have a really accursed way to do this. I hate what I'm about to do, but sure, why don't we do it that way? Let me grab a fresh copy of the DAWs 2.0 disk. Rename. Okay, now we're going... I think I can tell it. I think MDIR has a way to list all files. Yeah, -A. All right, so mdel mdir. Okay, cool. That did actually delete everything. So now I should have a disk with just the boot sector. Let me make a second copy of it. Alright, let's see if that works. Reboot. Oh, it's thinking about it. Let's go. Yeah, that's what I would expect. Television, personal computer. Let's go. That is successfully built from source. Now we gotta test the Xenix build and see if that will do. I'll be back in a moment. Yeah, I'll be back in a moment. I need to take a brief breather. We're going to test it. We're going to test our Xenix build next. So yeah, I'm going to take a break. We're not quite done yet. We still have a fair bit to do. Okay. Alright. So now we need to actually go back to Xenix and we have to rebuild what we just did. Because I built the wrong version of it. So, pop open the command line. Let me pop D. Okay, so I don't have pop D. What was I doing? Okay, so I did pack it, so I just need to put it on the floppy. Do that, and then we need to go over here, make sure the disk is not in the drive. And now we can just copy. Where was I putting that disk? So now we extract from disk. My brain is like a potato right now. Okay, so I think that's everything we need. Let's go into DAWs, mp DAWs build.sh, and then so this is going to become IBM DAWs.exe. And then I think I have to make a quick edit, which was the second file I had to change, build.sh. So MS Code ASM. Yeah, this is the line. All right, let's see if we can build the IBM version. Oh. Because we still have to run ext to bin on it, which is why it has the exe extension. Let me go to my notes folder because it had more things here. Realized after. Yeah, I think this is gonna be this will at least be a straightforward video when all is said and done, or so I hope. Oh god. Okay. I guess I forgot a file. Alright, I guess we gotta do that again. Oh, you know why? Because I probably built dir.o by hand, and that's why it was there for the link command line, so... Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we are still going to have to copy this file out, which I still have to figure out how I'm going to do that. Xenix has the ability to read MS-DOS 286 files stuff, so I think we can just make a disk, format it, and call it good that way. Did it successfully build or not? I see that you said that I made a typo, but yeah, okay, hold on. Control break. I am actually curious if MS-DOS 1 will build on this. It is conceivable, at least. Just looking for this, all right, well, that built. So do we have... Yeah, we do have it. All right, so let's make a new floppy disk. New image. So let's make this the right size. All right, so let's call this files from xenix.img. Put that in the drive. And then we can format it. So that would be dtype dev so48 ss9. IO error. Oh, because this would be a high density disk. Hold on. Yeah, it would be 96. So let me try. So dtype dev fd 96 ss9. No such file or directory. Okay, so I do have dtype. Let me just try dtype fd0. Oh, okay. Well, that worked. So now I should just be able to do DOSCP IBM Bio exe a. Wrong file. Okay, well, that's there. So eject. Now we go back to here. And I need to make a high density floppy. So to do that, we go to floppy disks, because yeah, you need to be a high density. We'll make B a high density floppy disk. Oh, I didn't hit the thing in time. So now we take existing image, files from Xenix. Cool. Okay, that's there. Okay, cool. So that that made IBM DAWs. So now let's take our built disk. Look, it's even the same exact size. So we can copy IBMDAWs.com to A. And let's see if that actually works. Oh. Okay, chat, that actually looks like it did work. I think I want to make a change in the source code just so we can see it work next time. Let me find where that television string is. Okay. Oh, it must be in command.com. It must be, yeah, that actually makes sense. That would be in command.com. If we go up here. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay. So let's first actually build the source code, and then we'll make some modifications to it. Let me get the list of files. So we can do the BIOS or we can do command.com first. I think the BIOS is actually the easier of the two. So let me get the command reference up just so I know the order and the linking order for it. There we go. Okay, so build.sh. And then it would be DAWS LD, IBM bio o, sysint.o, sysemus.o. Then we want to move that to IBM bio exe. Oh, I got a link. I gotta copy some additional files here. Also, so link DAWS sim. Okay, I'm guessing I need to link all the files from here. Okay. Build.sh. 1. 2. Cool. Hold on, let me make sure the disk is ejected in the other VM. So that means the only thing left to do is actually command.com. So let me, like, if we're just going to do a minimum build, yeah, so we just got to do everything for command.com. So then we go up, command. I am legitimately cooked. You know, I wonder if I do -E. If that gets it to work, because I think it's -E on some versions. Okay, I guess not. So we just include the, basically we just do what we've been doing. So command.asm, rocode.asm, our data.asm, Now I just gotta look at the linker command line. And so that would be command.o. Oh. All right, let's see if it builds. Oh, you're right. That is does LD. Build. Good catch, chat. Alright, so it is saying it's building the IBM version. I'm going to get a drink while that goes. Hopefully it doesn't fail. something failed to build, something failed to build. So T data failed to build. Alright, so let's build that one by hand. Let's see what's going on here. One severe error. Which one's the severe error? Okay, so I do, yeah, there is some interesting corruption there. That looks easy enough to fix, though. Let's see if that fixes it. Yep, that fixed it. Okay, cool. I am legitimately just cooked. I'm alright with it just building it over again. Like, yeah, if I was using a make file, it'd be fine, but I don't even want to try and figure out how make works, this ancient version of make works. Because I'd have to define a macro, and it's like, I don't really want to do that. I'll be honest, I like completely don't want to do that. Alright, cool. I think we got command.exe. Or we would have gone it had I finished that properly. So that's fine. So but I do want to make a slight change here. So I want to change the version string. So where was the television string located? Okay, so it's in T data, and it's in U int. Let's see here. So I think copy. So let me make a copy. So uint asm uint. See, those are like padding bytes, which make me a little concerned on changing them. So I'm not convinced I'm going to get a working binary. Here, what I'll do is I'll add another line to the header, because that looks like that's where it starts. So, oh, you know what those are? I just realized those are carriage return and what have you. All right. Okay. All right. So DAWs dir dev fd0. Yeah, it took me a moment to think that. So let me now build the modified command.com, and well, I could just like rebuild it one file at a time, like whatever. I'm going to be lazy about it. It's actually televideo, not television, because my brain is literally putty right now. I'm actually going to go eat something while this builds, so I'll be back in a few minutes. I have dinner. Tasty, tasty fish. So I'm gonna just eat. I'm gonna eat here at my desk. I think I'm gonna probably wrap up with the stream soon, because I am definitely a potato. I'm also gonna add the title of the stream. Ooh, wow, this is good fish. I don't know. Sorry, fish is one of my favorite foods, and I didn't get to have it all that often. Like, it was surprisingly expensive in New York, so I didn't often buy it. Also, have to be careful not to swallow the pins or the bones. So let's copy this version of command.com. So does copy a out one of these days I'll get that command right the first try. Alright, so now we eject. So now we go back here. And we Alt-Control-Delete. And then we put our files from Xenix disk in. Alright, so ext to bin ibm bio.exe to ibmbio.com. This is going to prompt for fix ups. It needs to be 70. Exe to bin command.exe command.com. Okay. Now let's take our test boot disk. Nope, that was the wrong floppy. Okay, so let's delete everything on this. And let's just put the version that we just built on Xenix on it. So copy bmdos.com. All right, let's see if that actually worked. Yes! Oh, that is awesome. That worked. That legitimately worked. That is MS-DOS 2.0 built from Xenix from source code. I could build all the other utilities, but just like Microsoft used to do. I'm going to eat my dinner right now, and then I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do next. There's three other things I kind of want to tackle. I'm curious if MS-DOS 1.0 will actually build under Xenix. The version of Mazim it has might be too new. This is really good fish. I'd also be interested in building a Windows 1.0 application on Xenix because we're here. Because that was actually supported. It's mentioned in the SDK. I don't know if I have the right linker for it, though. I might have to install Xenix 386 for that. I actually don't know what type of fish this is. It's tasty. We did do the compile for DAWs 4, but we wouldn't be able to do it under Xenix. Like, we might be able to build parts of it under Xenix, but the DAWs 4 depends on a lot of internal Microsoft tools. Well, what we know about DAWs 1.0 was it was essentially a rebadged version of Seattle Computer Products 86Q DAWs, or Quick and Dirty Operating System, which in and of itself was basically a knockoff version of CPM 80 for the 8088. So we know in the case of DAWs 1.0, it was not developed on Xenix because it wasn't built by Microsoft. However, when Mikhail, God, I gotta look up his last name because I keep feeling bad about that. Mikhail Nikasic looked into it. He determined that the code had likely been rebuilt to run under MASM. Version 1. He thinks it's version 1.0, although he's not certain what version it actually would be. I don't think the 8088 version of Xenix has MASM. I looked at it briefly in the past, and I didn't see it. But I am actually really curious if MS-DAWs 1.0 would be buildable under Xenix. Conceivably, it is possible because the MASM version that we're dealing with seems pretty good about this. So it might just work. Then again, it might not. Sorry, I'm just cleaning off the last of these bones. Last time I looked at FreeDAWs' source code, I believe it was all built with Wacom. So I don't really think you could build it under Xenix. Wacom's assembler, Wasm, is a unique beast. I've used it in the past. It's not really compatible with anything but itself. And FreeDAWs doesn't have anything like resembling a build system. You basically build each component by scratch. It might be an interesting project to do that. Just to show how it's done, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually do it. Like, I'm not the first one to build MS-DAWs 2, or 4, or 1. And I had nothing really to add to the conversation, which is why I never did a video on it. But building it under Xenix, that's worthy of a video. Yeah, I mean, well, WASM Wacom assembler predates WebAssembly by literal decades. But, I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, I could like try and build parts of MS-DOS at 4 under Xenix, but I don't think it would add anything to the conversation. All right, I think I'm going to take a brief break, get a drink, digest, and then I think I'm going to I'm debating if I want to do 1.0 now or if I want to do it later. But the three other things is I want to build a Windows 1.0 application under Xenix because that was supported. Now I might have to go hunting for the linker because I need link 4, which may not be, which I'm actually pretty sure is not on this version of Xenix. I know it's on later ones, so I can find it. And I also want to build this under multitasking DAWs 4, just for the sake of doing it. All right, let me go clean my plate away. I'll be back in a few minutes. If I don't fall on my face first. All right, Chad, I'm back. I was refresh. I was just kind of. Oh, okay. I was legitimately just enjoying the fresh night air. I don't know if you'd be able to get the version from Xenix 2.286 working. That would be doable with Xenix 386 because I believe it's IBCS, so it conceivably could be done. I might as well look at the MS-DOS 1 source code. Yeah. There's basically a bootable floppy that does the whole thing. So I might as well just look at the bootable floppy and see what that does first, just to make my life a little easier, because I've literally never done anything with DOS 1. I don't think I've ever even booted it, so this can go away. Let's boot up the XT. And then we turn on your scaling. There we go. And we put the disk image in. So this is apparently like everything you need to build it on a single disk. So let's try it out and see how it works. So personal computer version 1.0. Yeah, so there's basically everything you need right here. So there's free batch scripts. So you basically do make bio. And then it will just do it. Macro assembler 1. I mean, it's literally only like... I mean, I'm looking at the disk right now. I see 5 files. This is going to be a fair bit slower because it's now an 8088 and it is on a floppy. So I guess we're just going to let it do its thing. Yeah, DAWs 1 doesn't have directories. It doesn't support hard drives. It literally just runs off floppy disks. Yeah. DAWs 1.2.0 was essentially a rewrite of DAWs 1.0. It's surprisingly little is shared between the two, and most of what would make MS-DOS was added in 2.0. 3.0 would add the network redirector, and a few other odds and ends. Okay, so this needs to take 60. Yeah, so this literally just does it directly on the floppy disk itself. So we just built, so we need to do, make DAWs. I don't have an editor, so I can't really change the version string. We're just kind of building it as is. I'll copy the files over to Xenix, and we'll see what we can do with it. I don't know if Xenix can read a DAWs1 floppy because the very first version only used 8 tracks instead of 9. So it may blow a fuse when we try it. I may have to put it in DAWs4 and copy it that way, which is doable. It's just a little irritating. Like, it's going to be a bit of a dance to make it happen. It is slow. I mean, granted, we're now on an 8088 instead of a 286. It's amazing to think they did this all on floppy disks. I mean, they probably used 2 because the 5150, no, it was not standard of 2 because I just remember they had a cassette configuration, but I'm assuming the machines they used at both IBM and Microsoft at the time were equipped with 2 floppy disks because it would have been miserable doing this with 1. Yeah, they were Shugart drives. They were full height. My compact portable had one of them. Had 2 of them in them actually. Actually, I do think I want to do one more thing with OS2 before we call this project like done and done. Yeah, so the original with MS-DOS, they didn't change with the IBM PC 5150. The default formatting under DAWs1 was 8 tracks instead of 9, so the disks were 160 kilobyte single-sided or 320 double-sided. IBM and Microsoft later decided that using track 9 was okay. It's not exactly clear why they didn't from the get-go. So from DAWs 2 forward, it would format with 9 tracks and give you 180 kilobytes single-sided or 160 kilobytes double-sided. Honestly, I have no idea when the last full-height drive was made. I mean, because at some point it just became easier and cheaper to just stick 2 half-height drives as individual units instead of trying to stack that many platters. Wow, this is slow. No, it could do double-sided. It's just IBM shipped... I don't know why, but IBM shipped all their media single-sided. Like, even if you format a disk under DAWs 1, it will still be a double-sided disk. It's just IBM shipped their media single-sided for whatever reason. I admittedly don't know that much about vintage hard drives. Like, it's kind of a gap in my knowledge. I am actually curious if we'll be able to assemble this. I do think I also want to pop back into OS 2 for something. We might as well build 1, 2, and 4 on OS 2. But I have to unscrew the OS 2 install, which realistically means I just have to reinstall it. Yeah, this is a lot slower than I thought it would be. Oh well. I actually do have classwork I need to do tonight, so I might call it an early night. Okay, so that one linked. Well, that one built, it's still gotta link it. Okay, so that's the ext to bin. Cool. And then make command was the last one we need to build, because I might as well just build it as is here. Yeah, so make command. This one's probably going to take the longest of the three to build. Ooh. That's a chunky hard drive, Snap Overseer. 47 gigs from the late 90s. Full height. I'm just imagining listening to that thing spin up and it would just kind of take off. The fast forward option would be building it on a faster machine like a 286, but I'm just doing an 8088 because I had this one pre-configured and I don't feel like changing it. Imagine that. The question is, would that drive survive shipping and 30 years of probably not so kind hand-holding? And that's PCJS booting up on the other screen because I was just looking at some of the notes. Sorry for the beeps, because like I said, I'm currently reading a fair bit of. I'm just reading some notes on the side about the source code release. I mean, let's be honest, we're having a period-accurate experience here. Yeah, the thing is, I'm trying to avoid recollecting all that because I don't want to say it became clutter, but I ended up with a lot of machines that I literally picked up because I wanted to do a project on them, and then once I was done with the project, they just sat on the shelf and I couldn't easily get rid of them. Like, offloading the everything from my apartment was such a nightmare that I don't even want to think about getting more. I might pick up, like, an XP era machine, because that will be relatively easy to find here in Greece, and I don't know, like if I ever want to do something like with a Nintendo Wii Linux, that yeah, I'll get a Wii because Wiis are easy enough. Yeah, you would be able to hear the hard drive clanking and the disc. Like, I don't know if you can see it on stream because the stream is 720p, but The disk read light on the emulator is lit up solid, so it is definitely still doing something. Okay, so yeah, that did build everything. So if then we then reboot it. Yeah, we should be able to reboot it, and we'll end up into our just built system. I am actually curious if we'll be able to build this under Xenix. It may, like, DAWs 2 would be period correct for Microsoft building it under Xenix. DAWs 3, I am not convinced. But, okay, cool. So that basically worked as advertised. So, next question. Let's load up the Xenix VM. No, I don't want edit. Yeah, let's go back to Xenix. Existing image. Now the question is, can this, is it DAWs LS or, yeah, it's DAWs LS. Am I going to get lucky and this is just going to work? It would be 48 SS8. Oh, cool, that actually did work. So I can just copy it basically like this. Dev FO48SS8 star here. Wow, technology just hates me tonight. So you can read the disk, but you don't want to let me copy files off it. Ah, there we go. So let's define a new drive letter. This would be 48D SS8. Okay, that worked. What? You know what? Maybe it doesn't support wildcards. That is possible, actually. Okay, that actually looks like it's doing something. Wow, it doesn't support wildcards. That's a little irritating. This is only 4 files. I feel like there was one more. Yeah, there's also MS-DAWs, so let me just see what that's all about. Alright. Make DAWs.bat. Yeah, so it doesn't look like IBM DAWs is actually used. Okay. So we should have basically everything we need. So MASM. Oh, wait. Oh, interesting. The, you know, what I just noticed? Well, you know what? I also need, include MS-DAWs ASM. So, DAWs copy MS-DAWs ASM. I just realized that's the same file I tried to do before. So MBO bio 360. So what's it unhappy about here? Phase error between passes? Is that symbol defined more than once? Oh, it is. No, it's not actually defined more than once. So why are you having a problem with that? It's possible there's junk in the file. Let me try the other files. Let's just see if anything else makes a difference. But, you know, it might... redefinition of symbol. I did give the right switch. Command.asm. Yeah, I did. I suspect that this is a lost cause. The only thing I could think it would be line endings, and I guess we could... I mean, it could be a line ending problem. Let me control break it. Let me copy the files off here and take a look. That was not the command I wanted to run. Okay, so that's all good. It's the only thing I could think that might be the issue. Yeah, I don't think it's going to build with this version of MASM. The MASM is too new and the source code's too old. So I did convert the source code the right way, right? Yeah, I did. So yeah, I suspect yeah, that's kind of basically what I expected. Ugh. Maybe I won't include the OS2 part of this because it is kind of an anchorism. CRCL. I forgot how freaking basic this version of CC was. The version in later like the version in later versions of IBM oh wow, that's my brain completely derailing. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to ask an LLM to help fix it. I'm just debating right now if I want to try and do anything with the DAWs 4 source code under OS2. Because let's see here. Just want to make sure my release dates are completely correct. So DAWs 4 was released in 1988. Yeah, so OS2 was current then. It would have been version 1.1. Yeah, it would have been 1.1 at the time. So yeah, there is one more thing I wouldn't mind doing. So here's my yeah. I wouldn't mind trying to build the source code. Do a reboot. Doing this under multitasking DAWs 4, and I'll make it as Amber so it would be interesting. It needs to be a quarter half drive. Yeah, I actually would like to try and build this under multitasking DAWs 4. So, why not? Why don't we just go for it? Aside from the fact that I'm worried that it's... Yeah, screw it. We're just going to go for it. I'm going to change the display... I guess I can leave it as is. It doesn't really make a big difference. So we need to change the floppy disk version. Actually, you know what? We're going to need 2 floppy drives for this. So... And then let me stick the disk in. So. Disk boot failure. Do I have the floppy drives configured correctly? Maybe that image is bad. Let me try the that one. No, that's not. It's just not having it. Oh wait, this might have to actually run on a 286. Oh no, I was wrong about the size of the floppy disks. They were right the first time. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, so now we type SM. And now we are in multitasking DAWs 4. So if we hit F7, we switch to a command line. And then I never quite figured out how you get back to the SM menu. Probably need to use a later version of multitasking DAWs 4. Because I did grab some. Cool. So if I double tap Alt, I can now start a new program. And I can switch back between them. So if I go to C, oh, you don't see it. Display partition table. Oh, you don't support large drives. Oh, okay. That's annoying. Yeah, it was double Alt. I'm just debating if I actually want to do this. Or more to the point, because I technically built this on a 2.new version of OS 2 last time I did it. Yeah, I'd have to format and set up a new VM for this. Let's say, well, I do have the XT actually set up and ready to go. Let's see here. Where's its hard drive? Problem is it's going to be excruciatingly slow to do this. Yeah, because it's an 8088. Running at the original clock speed. Yeah, that's going to be a bit painful. I probably would have to set... Yeah, I'd probably have to set up a new VM for this if I really want to do it. Well, I could do it on 32 megabytes without a real issue. Yeah, screw it. Why don't we just do it? Let's... Here's what I'll do. I'll stop the Xenix machine and I'll make a duplicate of it because then it's pre-configured. Oh no, that actually isn't going to copy the hard drives. So, IBM PC AT multitasking DAWs 4. Configure. Give you the max amount of size. give you a 30 megabyte hard drive. Because we are going to have to copy the files in, but that's not a big deal. Okay. There we go. Floppy disks are good. Storage controller is... let's see here. Where is it? Oh, okay, hold on. Actually, we can use one of a different BIOS because, yeah, an AMI PCAT will make this a little bit less annoying. And then we want IDE controller, internal controller, floppy drive, other removables, other let's see, memory expansion. That should do it. If I configured a graphics card, it would do it. We'll go with Hercules and we'll set it for Amber. Alright. God, that's a feel. That is legitimately a feel. Alright, so we want to run setup. Yeah, type free, or what did I set the hard drive to? Because I probably set it wrong. 733. Okay, 733.5. And I think it was 17. Yeah, 17. Cool. Keyboard is installed. Primary display is monochrome. Okay, we should be good to go. Let's put the disc in. All right, let's go. Wow, that brings back memories. So there's F disk. Create partition. That's good. All right, I think this gives me all the footage I need for... I need to look at the Windows 1.0 SDK to figure out where I get link 4. I might need to just do it on a later version of Xenix. But I really would like to try it because it would amuse me. Cool. Yeah, so we double tap at Alt and we can start a new program. So format C/S. Actually, I'll be back in a moment. All right, I'm back. So copy all the drivers over. It's interesting that there's 2 copies of command.com. All right. I think that's everything we need. We should be able to boot off the hard drive now. Oh, I didn't set the partition as active. At least I think that's what I didn't do. The first computer that was effectively mine was a hand-me-down 386, and it had a color graphics adapter of some sort. I believe it was an EGA card, but we only had the monochrome display for it. It may have been VGA in some sort of sense, actually. No, it is marked active. Okay, so why don't you boot? That's interesting. It doesn't actually boot off the hard drive when you... I mean, I gave it the /s option. I shouldn't have had to do that. And just to make sure, I did mark it as active, right? I'm having a decent morning. Yeah, it is marked as active. Xenix 286 is fairly cursed. Yeah, it doesn't boot off the hard drive. Oh, well, that's spicy. Alright, so let's just reformat the hard drive, and then we'll run off the floppy disk. Okay, alright, now we turn you off. Let's open our command line. Su kpart x. What? I did shut down the VM, right? Yeah. It doesn't like the hard drive. Invalid argument. Shit. Volume not mounted properly. No, that's not the errors. Capacity change. Loop too small for target. Can't initialize. It doesn't like this hard drive image for some reason. It shouldn't be too large. I've never seen Linux fail to mount something like that. Yeah, it's 31 megabytes. That's what it should be. Well, that presents an interesting pickle. What does Parted have to say about it? Okay, then. Alright, you know what? Let's try formatting it under a different version of DAWs. Let's try, like, doing it under DAWs free, so we might... let's see here, 86 box. Yeah, that's new. You know what, let's use DAWs 2 because I have it handy. That should be good enough to format the hard drive. It should be correct. Let me just see what DAWs 2 has to say about it. It says it's non-DAWs. $733, 517. $733, 517. Let me just make a new disk image. Maybe there's just something about that one it doesn't like. Okay, delete. New. Let's go with type 3. Okay, that should be correct. 6 heads. No, that isn't correct. Yeah, okay, that one is. Write data to CMOS. That was bizarre. Alright, let's try that again. Let's format it. Maybe that's why it wouldn't boot. Okay, so format ran. System transferred, so eject the floppy. Let's see if we can boot off the hard drive now. Okay, I'm willing to accept that as a fluke. So now let's copy everything from A to here. We do have a sign, which is something we do need to build MS-DOS 4 with. So that's a good sign. Yeah, I'm sort of getting pretty close to hitting my limit. So, okay, we now reboot. We now reboot. Oh, look, I broke it. How did I do that? Alright, system transferred. Eject. Try that again. Oh, I just had a realization why that's maybe broken. I just had a realization on why that may be broken. Because I think config.sys has hard-coded paths in it. I really hope I have Edlin. I don't. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, that would completely do it. Let me stick a disk in the drive that has an editor. Doesn't like that disk. Do we have a better disk? Do I really not have a... Okay, that works. Oh, is Edlin on the other disk? Yeah, Edlin must be on the other disk. I will fix it a different way. Okay, that one mounted just fine. So loop 2 P4 mount MS-DOS source. I can just edit it this way. And then let me go get a flipping editor that will actually like be useful. Yeah, screw it. I don't really think I need... Oh, let me go get it. Yeah, let me actually get the editor. I need to grab that from... I have a disk with sled on it. I just have to go retrieve it off the NAS. Just don't remember. Oh, I actually have it right here. I literally just have sled.com. So CP mount. That's not quite what I'm looking for. Let's see, ls. Because I want the fixed source code. I might as well get the DAWs 2 source code while I'm here. Let me go get the fixed source code that basically just builds. Disk full. Oh. That's lovely. Megabytes. I'm gonna have to make a second hard drive for this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a second hard drive. Alright. Let's see if this will boot now. Let me add a second drive to it. Alright, start it up. Oh, this time it's still booting off the floppy, which is exactly what I don't want to do. See if it'll boot off the hard drive. Hey, look, that time it booted off the hard drive. So now we can... You need a disk in the drive for it to run fdisk? Are you kidding me? Oh, and I also didn't configure... I'm assuming my path is actually set wrong. Auto... sled auto exec.bat. Yeah, that would do it. C. We're in override mode. Try to remember. I think is it. Yeah, F4 to save, F7 to quit. Yeah, I gotta get back into BIOS so I can configure hard drive number 2. Because we're gonna build both of them in parallel. Because we're gonna have fun like that. Nope, it's literally just oh joy. All right, we'll fix that in a moment. Because we're also booting off the floppy, so it's like whatever. So let me open sled autoexec.bat. Okay, so using arrow keys causes bad things to happen. Good to know. It's been a while since I've used this thing. Alright, well that's fixed. So fdisk. Select next drive, create DAWs partition, then we'll let boot off the hard drive. I'm not even sure you could build ancient Linux. Xenix has a 14 character limit. I don't know if that would be a problem with like old kernel. Hey, we successfully booted off the hard drive that time. Format D. What? Did I get it wrong in BIOS? What? Type 2. No, that's fine. Alright, fine. We'll do it from the floppy disk. Yeah, I doubt... I don't think GCC ever supported Xenix. It wouldn't work on a 286 because of the 64 kilobyte limit. You could potentially do it on Xenix 386, but again, I don't think GCC ever supported Xenix as a platform. Probably the earliest you could do it is actually on SCO Unix, which would put you in the early 90s. Okay, so let's load fdisk. Next drive, display partition table. That's fine. Start a new program. Unable to start a new program. So I can start fdisk here. And then I can switch. So now can I do format D? Well, okay. Interesting. Format D. Chat, I don't know what to say about that. Unless, let me see here. The only thing I could think is the controller card. But that's correct. It is completely possible that, no, I actually have no idea what to say about that. I could try the dual channel cards. The only thing I could think that could possibly make a difference. But you know what? I got a better idea than doing it this way. Let me see. Let me go to 86 box is folder. Okay. So where's hard drive number 2? So here's... That's not it. Although actually, you know what? That does have the files I need on it, although they are pre-built, so 20 megabyte hard drive, attempt to... Here's the D drive. No, that isn't the D drive. Why are the... Oh, okay, so these are 100 megabytes. Where did I put the second hard drive? Okay, so there's the second hard drive. I gotta put that in a notepad somewhere. Okay. You go bye-bye. You get copied. You get renamed. And if this doesn't work... Oh, and then eject floppy. I don't think I ejected it in time. Alright, let's see if this works, and if not, I'm just going to kind of sit here and cry. Okay, that worked. It can even list files. I don't know why it can't format it. Let me do a quick format. It's a mystery. Although it does imply the source code is more... how big is the MS-DOS 4 source code? Because that might be the problem. Like, am I trying to... I can't imagine it's that big. It would flabbergast me if it was. Okay, the source code doesn't fit. I guess I could use bigger hard drives. I don't know. I mean, maybe, sure, whatnot. I don't know. We'll try one more time before I just completely, like, give up. Remove. Let me give it a nice chunky hard drive, which would have enough disk space for this. So, like... yeah, let's go for 100. Actually, let's go even bigger, just to be sure. 200. Oh, it's waiting for the other hard drive to not show up. Well, if GCC 1.4 was available, conceivably you could build the Linux toolchain with that. Yep, drive failure. That's what I would expect. Resume. Go to CMOS setup. All right, you go away, and now you're a user-defined hard drive. So your settings are 648, 16.8. So 648. 16. That doesn't feel right. Oh, 1638. Okay, so 38. Yay, my chair creaks. I should call it soon. So also disgustingly hot in here, which is frustrating. Alright, let's see if this works, because I would like to do this, because at least this clip gives me, like, the nice tail send-off. Okay. I should actually change that to Celsius. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I live in Greece now. 684, I got it. Oh no. It should be okay. Let's see if we can mount it, because if I did actually blotch that, then we might have problems. Also apparently killed all my bash sessions. Let's see here. God, yeah, the heat is really getting to me. Yeah, no, I effed that up. I effed that up. How many times is it going to take for me to actually do this successfully? Yeah, well, it did find its way to a good home, at least. So, you know, there's that. $684, 1638. No, I did that correctly. I did it. I did in fact do that correctly. Yeah, I'm just legitimately trying to figure out what the hell, why this is not working. Like, I can't mount it under Linux because it doesn't like something about the file system. It could be a translation BIOS problem. I mean, that actually could be quite literally it. I'm kind of tempted to call it here, though. I'll be honest. It's just before midnight here, and I kind of accomplished my main goal. The two things I I want to do is... The two things I want to do is I would like to try and build this under multitasking DAWs 4, but technology not like me is basically where I'm going with this one. And I foobarred the OS2 installation. Well, I'm just deeply confused on why it's so unhappy. It really does feel like to me... Alright, you know, I'm going to try one more thing before I actually call it. I'm going to use... Here's what I'll do, is I'll use MS-DAWs 3 to partition it. Because if 32 megabytes should be enough. I mean, yeah, I'm let me see what PC DAWs 3 has to say about the drive. I'm curious. Because if it did work, it would have made a large partition, and maybe that's why it blew a fuse. Because they did rewrite fdisk in this version. So it can read the partition table, but it doesn't like it. I suspect this is a problem with large partitions, given the time period that this comes from. Because DAWs 3.3 is actually newer than 4, so that actually could be the issue. Yeah, so that create extended. So extended partition size. And then we create logical drive D, E, and F. And you know, we just keep adding them. Okay, that's a lot of hard drive space. So now can I do a format C? Okay, now can I do a format D? Okay, so I was able to format it. So now let's go under DAWs 3. Or a DOS 4. Actually, I'm going to have to reformat C because it's going to have the wrong boot sector on it. But not a big deal. Well, it's the partition table it doesn't like. Okay, so now we can exit. Bring this up. Okay, that worked. That time I could mount it. So looper, or mapper, loop 1 for... maybe it's partition 2? Can't. Oh, it would be three. It would be 5. Okay, so it can't deal with DOS 4's format utility. That is funky. But all right, let me get the source code on there and a copy of sled. So unzip. All right, so that leaves 9 megabytes free. Hopefully that's enough to successfully deal with this. I mean, a lot of the space will be the dev tools. Let me get sled on here. Yeah, let me get sled on here. I guess booting... I think I'm just going to have to run it off the floppy. And, yeah, I think running it off the floppy is the intelligent play here. Because I do want to see this multitask. So we'll just run off the floppy and I'll throw the source code on there. Okay, alright, so that's there. So can I now mount... Yes, I can mount that. So now... Alright. Now I can unmount that. And let's go for broke and try it. Okay. So start a new command. So we go. Are you kidding me? It doesn't understand extended MS-DOS partitions? Yeah. Well, this version was a prototype, effectively. And we can see that in the copyright dates. Yeah, I can't even delete. Sure, I don't even know what to say. Alright, I think I'm going to call it here, though. I think this is a good stopping point, and I'm just going to mull on it for a while longer. Anyway, I will catch you all later.